No, dancing with the kids.
Oh, have you said that? Oh,
band.
it sounded like Dan. Dan,
Yeah.
Dance.
Dan.
There it is.
Good evening. It is now 5:30, 5:31 actually. Today is Thursday, May 5th, 2022. Welcome everyone. Happy Cinco de Mayo to all. The Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education meeting is called to order. Mrs. Medina, can you please take roll call attendance of the board members present?
Mrs. Sandoval,
They called you.
Mr. Fuentes,
Present.
Mrs. Doreen Ojeda, Mrs. Haro, and Mrs. Flores.
Present.
Sorry.
And I believe we have two board members that are on their way.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to begin today's meeting as we do every meeting, and we're going to ask Board Member Harrell to lead us in the flag salute.
Everyone, please stand, please. Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Board Member Harrell. We do have an interpreter present who is available for Spanish-speaking persons who need assistance, and I'm going to ask our interpreter to come up. Beautiful dress.
Thank you, Board President Flores. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy recepcionista y traductora del distrito. Esta noche estaré ofreciendo servicios de interpretación. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión en español, me encuentro en la mesa trasera y tengo los aparatos, dispositivos que pueden utilizar. Muchísimas gracias.
A usted, muchas gracias. Moving on to item 1.3, adoption of May 5th, 2022 agenda. I would like to ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amend closed session agenda 10.6 for personnel public employee, appointment dismissal release, addition of 9 classified coaches, varsity football assistant boys, 5, cheer assistant co-ed, pep squad director co-ed, head varsity football boys 2, addition of 1 volunteer coach, basketball boys, and addition of 1 volunteer. Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Haro, or Board Member Haro, and second by Board Member Fuentes. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay. On motion by Board Member Haro and Board Member Fuentes, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. Moving on to 2.0, school showcase. I would like to invite Principal Abbott to introduce his students.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, our Board of Education members, Executive Cabinet, staff, community, families, amazing Colton High School students. I would like to present to you 3 amazing Yellow Jackets to present our showcase this evening, Duke, Mercy, and Denise.
All right.
Good evening, Board President Arreguín, members of the board, Superintendent Miranda, and Executive Board. My name is Mercy, and I'm here today with Denise Diaz and Duke Medina, and here we are today to showcase our school and show you what we have new since we've last met. First, we have Link Crew freshman follow-ups. During these follow-ups, students are taught how to maintain or improve grades, how to plan for college using the A through G requirements, why clubs and AP honors are important, and overall behavior betterment for their overall welfare. Link Crew also does Freshman of the Month, where a freshman can be chosen based on their grades and standing out during freshman follow-ups. We have Lunar New Year next. Lunar New Year was celebrated on our campus on February 1st, 2022. ASB took time ahead to learn about the cultural traditions of the holiday and incorporated them in a school-wide celebration. Banners were placed throughout campus, and the center of these decorations were the senior benches, which we decked out in lanterns and streamers galore. Our Mandarin class taught by Miss Lin, performed a special dragon dance for our students to further the celebration on campus. Senior overhead shot. During second period, class of 2022 seniors went to the stadium and took their overhead shot. This year, we changed it up and we took the shot in our football field rather than the usual basketball courts. Winter sports. First, we have girls varsity basketball, which class qualified for CIF by finishing second in league. First time in over 10 years, the team made playoffs. Girls varsity basketball also achieved the Principals Award during the winter season for their team because the team earned a 3.30 GPA. Girls varsity soccer qualified for CIF by finishing second in league. Wrestler Joseph Duran won CIF in the 140-pound division and was also awarded the MVP of lower weights. Joseph Duran qualified to compete in Masters. No Hate Tour. The No Hate Tour was hosted by BMX and connected to our students while entertaining us during lunch. In between stunts, BMX shared motivational words alongside the Marines in order to employ their message among our students. The new NPR ribbon cutting / winter rally. The students, family, and community members came out on February 23rd to be a part of the ribbon cutting ceremony of our new NPR. This building was long awaited and proved to be a great location to hold events and activities. Due to rising COVID cases, we also decided to combine this unveiling with our winter rally. Winter sports were announced and our beautiful, much-awaited tunnel was revealed. We made sure to sincerely thank all of our sponsors with a shirt, as you can see on the walls, our community sponsors. We made sure to thank them with a shirt and made sure that our special day was even greeted with snow. Black History Month. Another celebration in February held at CHS was Black History Month. In order to make sure that we honored the month appropriately, we as ASB spent time learning about Black History Month in America, and we asked our student population and administration for insight. From here, we highlighted different Black figures over the announcements, ranging from Amanda Gorman to Viola Davis, and our ASB meticulously created a Spirit Week that was enriched with Black culture in order to properly celebrate the month. Banners were hung all around campus, and Instagram posts were also made to educate students on different Black figures. Black History Month movie night. Adding to the celebration, CHS mathematics teachers and APAC hosted movie nights showing Soul and the Best of Enemies on February 4th and Hidden Figures on February 25th. Students were offered free concessions.
Academic Award Assembly. Our dedicated Renaissance class put on their Semester 1 award ceremony on March 11th. The theme this year was Enchanted Forest, which wowed viewers with decorations of greenery and aquatics. We honored top 10 for each grade, as well as 170 students who earned their academic letter and/or bar. 330 students earned Principal's Honor Roll, and 180 students earned Honor Roll. Prom Fashion Show. Our 2022 prom fashion show revealed our prom theme, Caught in the Moment. This year, we really wanted to focus on our seniors by encapsulating their moments throughout their senior year to make up for the years taken by the pandemic. Unlike past prom fashion shows, this year's show had to take place outside due to COVID restrictions. Yet, our class of 23 was able to adjust to circumstances and not disappoint. This year's prom took place on April 23rd at Fete the Venue in Costa Mesa. The venue so elegantly showcased our Caught in the Moment theme with lights, sequins, and abundant flower arrangements. Wellness Center. This school year, the Wellness Center served over 1,000 students by providing wellness check-ins. Of those students, 128 were referred to the district's mental health program for therapeutic services. In addition, they hosted 3 groups throughout the year to promote resiliency, substance abuse prevention, and a group called Newcomers for our Spanish-speaking students. The Wellness Center partnered with PBIS in bringing therapy dogs on campus to support students during Kindness Week and testing. On May 3rd and 4th, the Wellness Club hosted their annual fair, which brought students a variety of activities that promote wellness and mental health resources. The club members have been working hard during the second semester in identifying coping strategies that have helped them in order to teach their peers and students on this fair. Staff of the Month. Staff of the Month were nominated through a survey, through email. Teachers were honored with balloons and posters. Students and teachers' birthdays do not go unnoticed here on campus as well. They are celebrated with a card and a candy during the birthday month. During Staff Appreciation Week, Renaissance hosted a Spirit Week in which one of the days we were encouraged to dress up as our favorite teacher. Blood Drive. On March 9th, 2022, our ASB hosted our annual blood drive partnered with Livestream. We reached out to our student population to promote our students to give back to our community and help those in need. On that same day, Lean Crew hosted their annual Synergy. Here, students were supposed to connect with one another and be inclusive in order to accept and dive into each other's diversity on campus. Incoming Freshman Orientation. CHS hosted our incoming freshman orientation on April 11th and 12th. During their visit, incoming freshmen were able to tour campus, experience hands-on learning experiences, and connect with their future Lean Crew leaders in hopes that their transition to high school will go smoothly. During the end of their visit, the freshmen were able to go experience their first high school club rush and sign up for activities that they are interested in. Spring Rally. Our spring rally took place on April 15th, 2022 in Ken Hub's gym for the first time since the pandemic. Our goal was to show out for the last rally of the year, and comments from both staff and students prove that we did that right. Our theme for this rally was Mario Kart, but glow in the dark. We asked students to wear white and neon colors that Friday, so the stands were full of exciting glow-in-the-dark students. In this rally, we announced our prom court and introduced spring sports. Highlights of this rally include a golf cart race, clash chants, and a game of actual Mario Kart. Jazz band and color guard were also showcased here. Saturday School. Colton High School is continuing Step Up Saturday Schools where students can get ahead on their learning and or better their attendance for their needs. Teachers have also been offering AP test practice at these sessions to prepare students for AP test season. These proved to be effective as there was an average of 140 students at each session with a high of 280 students on some days. Overall, we have had the most students attend Saturday School this year with a cumulative attendance of over 3,500 students.
Skills USA competition. This year, 2 CHS students placed in this annual Skills USA Region 6 competition. Gabriel De Galindo won gold and Ellis Wright Bradbury won silver. Additionally, this year we had 8 students who successfully passed the Certified Nurse Assistant exam. These students were Aime Delgado, Jada Davis, Precious Culberson, Melanie Lopez Torres, Cassandra Tolentino, Bianca Diaz, Carissa Escobar, and Leslie Alvarado. Boys volleyball. Our very own students, Maximo Ramos and Matthew Sosa Contreras, began a boys volleyball club back in February in hopes of making it an official established CIF sport here on campus. On April 30th, the newly formed club played in a tournament where they won 2 out of their 3 of the games. As we speak, they are currently playing against Bloomington High School. NHS induction ceremony. On April 27th, the National Honor Society inducted its Spring 22 inductees and also inductees of Spring 2021, who were not able to have an induction ceremony due to COVID-19. Avid Soul Ceremony. On April 27th, Avid held its heart-touching ceremony in which Avid students dedicated a speech to a special educational figure in their life, ranging from elementary teachers to high school teachers. That figure would then present them with their Avid stole, which would be worn at graduation. CHS Commitment Ceremony. On April 30th, in the Hub's gym, over 70 students were honored who committed to furthering their education or were honored for serving their country in one of the U.S. military branches.
Testing. This year's testing includes the LPAC testing, the CASP testing, and AP testing, which is currently taking place and will last throughout next week. SAT prep courses were offered to juniors entirely for free. Students came onto campus for Saturday schools and worked hard at practice exams and spent time studying the curriculum needed on Horizon Learning. Juniors were also then given the opportunity to take the SAT on campus on April 13th. Pretty soon, we will undergo final exams to finish out our school year. Spring sports. Our very own Kimberly Emilio, Adam Torres, and Eddie Berto Marquez qualified for CIF for track and field. Adam Torres and Kimberly Emilio are currently first-team Skyline League for track and field. Swim. For swim, the following were considered for CIF throughout the season: Isaiah Ramirez, Lenice Pacheco, Mariah Perez, Adrian Luna, Xavier Rocha, Kayla Garcia, and August Castillo. Softball. Currently, the girls' softball is qualified for CIF playoffs, and they are currently playing as we speak. Football. Linebacker Michael Razzo and defensive back Steven Medina named first team All San Andreas League. Additionally, honorable mentions were also given to Xavier Sandoval and Bryce Martinez. PBIS learning. On extended days, we continue to spend time dedicated to learning our PBIS expectations, such as drug awareness, what respect means on our campus, and how to act with integrity at all times. HEAL. Thank you. As seen on the left, our freshmen are taught how to do compressions, and seen on the right, you can see that the high-tech technology used in our anatomy classes, such as the anatomage table. Seniors are also given the opportunity to become CPR certified on campus, and our juniors and seniors are also able to get their Stop the Bleed certification. Our HEAL classes also got to collaborate with the California University of Science and Medicine, where they got a showcase of many medical. Our HEAL classes also got to collaborate with the California University of Science and Medicine, where they got a showcase of many medical-related lessons. Sophomores and juniors were also visited by AMR and given a presentation on their career. Finally, we can see that the high-quality science labs our school has to offer in many different kinds of learnings. Upcoming events and activities. Again, that was a showcase of becoming CPR certified. And then, as seen on here, this is the collaborative work with California University of Science and Medicine. As seen on these slides, sophomores and juniors are also visited by AMR and given the presentation on their career. And lastly, finally, we got to see the high-quality science labs our school has to offer in many different kinds of learnings. Upcoming activities and events. On May 2nd to May 13th, we are AP testing. We have over 215 students taking tests. On May 14th, we have our all-school award ceremony. Over 215 students were sent invites to attend our ceremony, and the ceremony will honor students who earned PBIS recognition, earned Student of the Month, passed the nursing exam, competed in Skills USA competition, earned Pepper Bow awards, and more. On May 20th, we will have our senior sunset. Grad night at Disneyland will take place on May 21st. Senior breakfast and visiting formal elementary and middle schools will take place on May 24th. And lastly, senior awards night is on May 24th. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board member comments. Mr. Fuentes?
Thank you. What a great presentation. You guys covered it all. Academics, activities, everything, even up to the upcoming activities. So congratulations. Thank you for sharing everything that you've been doing this year. I can see by the spirit, having the tunnel here, having the band here. You guys have had a phenomenal year. So thank you. Thank you for your leadership at your school, for doing what you're doing. Mr. Abbott, where is she at? Ms. Brunswick, there she is, right over there. Thank you. Thank you very much for your hard work, your dedication to our students. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Mr. Ibarra?
Okay, I also want to take this opportunity to thank each one of you for bringing Colton High School to the board meeting today. Everything that you've accomplished, everything that you've done. It's well known that ASB students are overachievers. They're students that have to balance their education as well as guiding students on campus and providing activities. Great skills to have, and those skills will serve you all really well in the years to come. Believe me. I love that you brought the mascot, him and his smiling face there, and the tunnel. Thank you for showcasing that as well. I know a lot of this can't go and move in the direction that you would like to see it unless we have a really strong and dedicated ASB advisor, and I thank you. And of course, our new principal, Mr. Abbott, and we look forward to a lot of great things from you in the years to come. Any of you high school are going to graduate this year? Not yet? Good. Good. In a way, it's good because then we have you another year and you have a great base to build on. So what you've accomplished this year, I look forward to see what you guys can do with another year. So thank you very much.
Board Member Haro.
I too want to thank you for your presentation. It had it all, academics, athletics, and activities. And I want to thank ASB especially because, the pandemic affected us all. It affected us in so many different ways. But unlike adults who are better equipped to deal with, well, we've never dealt with anything like that, but we are more equipped supposedly to deal with things like this. Our students were not. And thanks to ASB and students like you who made sure that there were still events. I remember when you were coming to us before during the pandemic and we're talking about what you did and all of the virtual things that you did to keep spirit up. That is so important. And you are the heart of the school because you are the one who planned all the activities for all of the students. That last pep rally you did, I'm so glad that the situation changed where you could have a real pep rally before, for a lot of the seniors especially, because they didn't get to experience that because of the pandemic. And wow, what a pep rally it was. Those pictures were phenomenal. So just by those pictures, I'm sure in person it was amazing. So I just want to thank you for bringing Colton High School to us and sharing with us all the things you accomplished. And like my colleague said, we look forward to possibly seeing you next year up here. So thank you.
Board Member Thornhill Ojeda.
Hi. My colleagues have said it all, but what a great job you did. And I thank you especially for bringing Colton here to remind us why we're here, to bring that spirit that's been lacking for a year and a half, 2 years with what's happened in our world. And I just thank you for your spirit and you're really helping the kids at your school bring back what you need to have. And for us as adults who don't normally see any of this, so it was really fun. Thank you so much. Great job. I wish you a very best end of the year, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you next year.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. You did your presentation in the way only Yellow Jackets can do it. You did an amazing job, and I recognize you from the last time, so I'm very happy to see you back. I want to say that your presentation skills are outstanding, and I really congratulate you for that. So with that, I thank you for bringing the tunnel, for bringing, the mascot right behind you. And thank you so much, Mr. Abbott. Thank you. Your kids did a wonderful, wonderful job. Moving on to 3.0, we have special presentations, employee recognition. I would like to invite Dr. Kathy Cervantes to recognize our employees.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the community. The Human Resources Division is honored to congratulate and celebrate our May Employees of the Month. To be selected and nominated by your peers among our thousands of outstanding employees is a tremendous accomplishment. All of our nominees and our award winners have shown dedication and compassion and motivation for their work. We offer our congratulations to our exemplary staff and thank them for the wonderful model they set for others. We would like to publicly recognize our winners tonight and invite them to join us here along with their family and their supporters when we call their name. Our classified employee recognition recipient is Candace Pierce, RSP aide at Crestmore Elementary. Honoring her this evening is Nari Gavares, assistant principal.
Mrs. Pierce's family members, if you would join us up here. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and members of the community. My name is Nari Gavares, and I'm the assistant principal at both Zimmerman and Crestmore Elementary. Regretfully, Dr. Bonilla was unable to join us here this evening, so instead, I have the distinct honor and pleasure of presenting Mrs. Candace Pierce in recognition for Classified Employee of the Month. Mrs. Pierce has a long history with Colton and has served in support of students for over almost 30 years. In Dr. Bonilla's words, I have had the pleasure of working with Mrs. Pierce for 6 years at Crestmore Elementary. Mrs. Pierce is not only an exemplary professional working as an RSP instructional aide, she is also an extraordinary person who exudes kindness, compassion, and patience. Her career has been devoted to helping students persevere through challenges with such grace and empathy. We appreciate her soft-spoken demeanor, thoughtfulness towards students, and commitment to motivate them every single day. She is a person who never says no to supporting students or the team. Every single person at Crestmore respects her and speaks so highly of her. On a personal level, Mrs. Pierce is the most generous, thoughtful, and patient person. One of our teachers, Mrs. Rodriguez, shared the following. Mrs. Pierce is the Energizer Bunny of Crestmore. From the moment she steps foot on campus, she travels from classroom to classroom all day long, teaching not only our RSP students, but any student who seeks help. All of the Crestmore staff and students love Mrs. Pierce. She has a way of making everyone in her presence feel supported, and she really makes Crestmore a special place to be. We are so lucky to have her, and it makes us all so happy to get to show her our appreciation with this award. Thank you, Mrs. Pierce. Mrs. Pierce, you are so worthy of this recognition and so much more. Thank you for all that you do for our students.
Would you mind introducing her family? Your family is here tonight, Mrs. Pierce? Oh.
Our certificated employee recognition recipient is Lisa Vasquez, teacher at Terrace Hills Middle School, and honoring her this evening is Pete Tasaka, assistant principal.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the audience, cabinet. It gives me great pleasure to honor and recognize one of Terrace Hills Middle School's teachers tonight. On behalf of Terrace Hills Middle School and Mr. Boggs, we start saying 5 years ago, we started the Web Crew program at THMS, and its impact on our campus has been wonderful. They plan, organize, and conduct our incoming seventh grader orientation before school begins, teach lessons in our advisory classes, conduct award ceremonies, hold lunchtime activities, and more. Lisa Vasquez and her co-web teacher, Chris Rodriguez, have expanded the web program since its inception to what it is today. A wonderful program that embodies its name, where everyone belongs. Lisa works countless hours before and after school, during breaks, weekends, and summer to make sure that the web program meets and exceeds its goals. She is there weeks before the students arrive in July, preparing the orientation program, training the new web leaders, and planning for the big event. Over the 2 days, the incoming seventh graders spend half a day at THMS and both large and small group activities designed to connect them to our campus, build bridges between students, foster new relationships, and give them a sense of confidence as they embark on that strange journey that is called middle school. During the pandemic, Web continued to do our quarterly award ceremonies virtually, creating videos that highlighted each student's awards. I think the coolest thing our Web students do is teach lessons in advisory class. Each Tuesday, they are paired up to teach a mini lesson to their partnered seventh grade class. Lessons are built around character building, getting to know your fellow students. The Web students are nervous for sure. Engaging with your peers under that dynamic isn't something they've never done before. However, they are prepared and do an amazing job because of the hard work Lisa puts into their training and practice. Finally, one of the things I'm most proud of, our Web Crew program, is that they have made it a mission to take on at-risk students in their application process. We have seen many students flourish and grow because of Lisa taking a chance on them. In her spare time, Lisa also teaches 5 sections of English. That, not surprisingly, given her work with Web, she is successful in the classroom as well. She has a great rapport with students and is always willing to go above and beyond to help them. We're very fortunate to have Lisa Vasquez at Terrace Hills Middle School and are proud to celebrate This is very deserving recognition for her.
Ms. Vasquez, do you want to introduce your family members that are here?
All right. Hi, this is my husband, Eric. I have my two boys, Andrew and Christian.
Our management employee recognition recipient is Regina Clausel, Coordinator, Pupil Personnel Services, and honor her this evening is Rob Pearson, Director of PPS.
Good evening. Ms. Clausel could not make it tonight, but I hear she is tuning in on YouTube. So good evening, Board President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and members of the public. It is with great pleasure tonight that I get to share with you my thoughts about Regina Clausel, Management Employee of the month of May. First and foremost, Regina is an amazing educator. She understands her why, and she is always student-focused and student-centered. Regina has been in education for 22 years and has served Colton as the Special Education Coordinator since 2018. She has served as a Human Resources Technician, Credential Specialist, Special Education Teacher, both RSP and SDC Malmad, Induction Coach, Instructional Specialist, County Principal, and Special Education Coordinator. Regina is someone I can rely on to provide district-level leadership to all of our sites. She leads with grace and humility, but strives to make things right and fair for students. She is a listener and a learner. She understands educators and parents alike and does an amazing job to resolve difficult conflicts to ensure there's a win-win resolution for all, and most importantly, for our students. Regina pushes all of us in PPS to be better. She fights for equity and access for all students and people. She is not only a leader in PPS, she is a leader among leaders in our district. She has participated in many district committees and groups. She's initialized and helps to lead the district APAC. This year, she did an amazing job and led our health services team and nurses through one of the most difficult and challenging times in our history and education. Frankly, she helped us survive COVID this year. She became a contact tracer guru. She never knew she was going to do that this year. She has an amazing vision for special education and understands what it takes to create a 21st century education system. I am proud to work alongside Regina, lead her, and call her my colleague. Regina, we thank you for your hard work and dedication to our students and to the Colton Joint Unified School District. Thank you.
We offer our heartfelt congratulations to all of tonight's winners, and we encourage our CJUSD staff to continue to acknowledge and nominate more of our outstanding employees. At this time, since this is our last employee recognition of the school year, we would like to also acknowledge and thank our employee recognition committee members for all their hard work, time, and commitment to reading through all the submitted nominations and choosing our honorees this past year. So when I call your name, please stand or just wave. Not here tonight is Elizabeth Pacheco from HR. Not here tonight is Angel Castro from BHS. I believe Owen Chang from Facilities is here. Stand up, Owen. Tabrisha Lang, our Assistant Principal from Terrace View McKinley. Jennifer Pedroza, Principal from Ritchie Canyon. She's not here tonight. Zyra Jenkins, she's our HR Assistant. So, Zyra. Heba Peters from Nutrition Services, she's not here tonight. Brianna Mendez from Grand Terrace High School, also not here tonight. Elizabeth Jones from Colton Middle School, not here tonight. We do have Tanisha Jackson, Assistant Principal at Ruth O. Harris Middle School. And also, I also want to recognize Dr. Anthony Ortiz. He helped support the Employee Recognition Committee at the first half of the school year, so thank you, Dr. Ortiz. And thank you, Board and Superintendent Dr. Miranda, for your support this year, and have a great evening.
Thank you. This is a very important committee, so thank you to all the committee members. Moving on to 4.1. This is public comment. Board bylaw 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. So we ask that the appropriate public comment be filled out and each speaker will be invited to the podium, and we ask that you begin by stating your name and your city of residence. First person we're calling up is Carolyn Cerna.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Cerna, live in Colton. This is my grandson, Vincent. This is regarding him. He was injured at San Salvador. He was failed by the staff to be safe. He was injured by another student that had thrown an object, a block, at him. I contacted Frankie Barra because he's my contact. He's always been very helpful for me. He put me in contact with Dr. Miranda. And for me, he was of no help. I was later in turn talked to Dr. Ortiz today and Mr. Pearson. I've contacted the school. I've gotten 4 different excuses as to what happened to my grandson. First, it happened on the playground. Next, it happened in the classroom. He was taken by ambulance to Loma Linda Emergency. He had a gash on his head and it was bleeding profusely. I've gotten no help, and since then, no one has contacted me to see how my grandson is. Everyone tells me what they're doing to help the other child. That way he doesn't do it or hurt anybody else. I have not gotten any assurance from anybody that this kid is going to get the help that he needs. He's now scared to go to school. He was always willing to go to school at 9 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't go in until 11:30. Now he doesn't want to go. He's scared. And the kid, he came back to school yesterday and he was sitting there and they were having a hard time getting him in. They were fighting with him, trying to restrain him. He sees it. He doesn't want to go to school. And I want something from anybody here to reassure that there's going to be safety for these kids. There's not enough assistance there. They need help, because he's autistic. All the there's different types of autism there. And each one has their own characteristics. But to see my grandson that he doesn't want to go to school, that's sad. He's only 5 years old, and to be transported to an emergency room by ambulance, that's sad. And, you guys, Miranda, your people came up to my door wanting to know, hey, will you get my vote? And I said, yes, if you're there for the children. And all you ever said to me was, you kept saying HIPAA. I can't say anything. I can't say this. I can't say that regarding HIPAA. Tell me that my grandson's going to be safe. That's what I want. Or you're going to tell me that the other kids are going to be safe. You're not doing anything for us. And San Salvador needs help.
Thank you. Next speaker, Diana Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name's Diana Rodriguez. I reside in Colton. My issue is bullying at my daughter's school. She goes to Terrace Hill Middle School. It's been an ongoing issue. My daughter was assaulted. I pressed charges. We've contacted numerous people. We did speak to the staff and they've tried to help us, but these group of girls or this girl that attacked my child has had multiple incidents. It's not the first time, not the first time with my child, but she's had multiple other incidents and she's still in school. I don't understand why they continue to allow these children to be in school if they've had multiple incidents with fights, drugs, a lot of other things. Not only that, my child is being bullied by this group of girls along with her best friend also. They've been confronted multiple times already. And it's sad because my child doesn't want to go to school. The only reason why she goes to school is because she does not want to fail and also because she does not want to leave her friend alone, because whenever this little pack of group is together, that's when they have bravery to confront our children. And that's not okay. We've talked to the school. The school tells us, like, we send this to the board and they come back and tell us she's fine to come back, suspend her. And they're thinking, okay, they're going to get expelled. And they don't, which is ridiculous because it's not the first incident with these children. It's not the second. It's multiple incidents. And with different children, not just our girls. And I'm here and to help voice for other parents that don't want to come out and voice their opinion against these bullies. And it's not okay. That's why that school is full of suicides. That's why that school is full of kids that don't want to go to school there. I sent my child there thinking it was a better junior high, and boy, was I wrong. Completely wrong. And it's sad. It's sad to see that they're very limited on what they can do because the board does not push it further. And that's sad. Our children go to school to be safe, and my child does not feel safe. Thank you.
Next speaker, Marissa Lopez.
Hi, my name's Marissa Lopez. I'm also coming up here because I'm concerned about my daughter's safety. Her best friend was assaulted. After my daughter's been multiple threats, I sent you, Frank Miranda, a video of the girl that has been bullying my daughter. She went to my friend Jackie Perez's house in Colton after a soccer game. Her parents took her to the house to tell her that, quote unquote, she's gonna pick up her sweater. The little girl walks outside, the mom, the dad, all of them take them out to the street and have them fight. She says, well, you got a problem with this girl? You beat her up. You have the video on your email, sir. This little girl, I feel sorry for her too. To have the kind of parents that she has, she literally told her mom multiple times in the video, Mom, get her off of me. My friend's daughter, Clarissa, told her, get her off of me. The moms all, no, we're not helping you. Finish it. Told her daughter to finish the fight. I am concerned not only for her daughter, because the group of girls the girl that beat up her daughter is in this friend group. That girl, Haley, I'm not going to say her last name because she is a minor, has threatened my daughter, pushes my daughter, waits until she comes out of class to tell her how she's going to F up my daughter. I was outside talking to Mr. Chosaka, concerned. I told him, you know what's going on. Everybody, the staff knows what's going on with these girls. They even bully the girls that are in the office. When is this going to stop? I am on it. I sent you emails, I sent you videos, they posted threats on Instagram, they blocked out my daughter's name. I have various students telling me what's going on, what's being said about my daughter, what's going to happen to my daughter. I don't want to be that mom that's on the news that something's for my daughter. My daughter was counting down the days from COVID to be back in school because she loves school. And now she doesn't even want to go. And the only reason why she goes to school is because she doesn't want that to happen to her friend again. Why are our kids the one defending themselves when we have you guys to back us up. I grew up in the city, and I get it. Everybody, you can't control everybody, but these are 2 little girls and multiple other girls that are being threatened. I shouldn't have to worry about somebody coming to my house. Why isn't this stopping at school? I can't send my daughter to high school next year because that little girl's going to be there, and she's been in multiple altercations. She beat up my daughter's friend at the beginning of the year and told my daughter she was next. Threatens her at school, in the park, waiting for my 70-year-old mom to go pick her up. Why is this still happening? I don't understand why. I talked to Mr. Boggs. He didn't want to be bothered by it at all. Mr. Tosaka is the only one, but there's only so much he can do.
Thank you.
If I could make a comment,
Okay.
please. I think that we as a board at this time, because what we just listened to is unacceptable. We cannot have this happening, and we don't have enough information. Be honest with you, the first time I've heard of what's happening there. I'm sorry to hear that. But I think that the board needs to direct our superintendent to get a investigation, find out exactly what's happening. I don't agree if it's, if this is happening, that our administrators on site are ignoring it. That's another thing that's not unacceptable. Our students, every student should feel safe in the environments that we provide as members of the school board, as administration, and we should do everything within our power. Students that are bullying other students need to be brought in. Their parents need to be brought in. They need to be addressed to make sure that they are aware that they are being watched and monitored so that students could comfortably go to school. So I'm not going to take it any further because, like I said, this is the first I've heard of it. I can't speak for the rest of the board. And so if there's any indication, and I've heard this over the years, where people come back and say the school board said this, 9 times out of 10, the school board has not even heard of it. So I don't know how other administrators could put something on the school board. But I really, truly appreciate the 3 parents that came up today to bring this type of incidents to our attention. Because students need to really feel comfortable. And it's our job to provide a safe educational environment for our students. If we need to get our security people there monitoring, we have to do that. If our administrators, we need to do that. So I like to make sure that with the agreement of the rest of the board, that we direct our superintendent to investigate both incidents, issues that have been addressed today, and get back some type of report back to the board, if that's acceptable with the rest.
Okay, we need a consensus.
I totally agree.
Okay.
I have not heard of it either.
Okay, very good.
If we can also agree upon having our superintendent contact the individual ladies so that the follow-up will continue, whether it's the superintendent or his appointee, which I know that it could be Dr. Ortiz. But we need to be addressing and making sure that parents, not only these parents, but parents know that we're going to have their children's back, because I don't tolerate bullying at all. And that's not, like I said, it should not be allowed. It should not be acceptable in our district.
Dr. Miranda, you have a consensus from the board to follow through with this?
Can I just simply add to that, because I agree wholeheartedly, but I think we want to be clear with the superintendent, that given the nature of what was described, that by investigation and looking into this, not just referring to internally as a district, but with our SROs, because the nature of what was described may fall into a realm that could be something that requires a criminal investigation or somebody with a legal eye outside of the realm of what we do as just with respect to the ed code. So to be clear, there's certain things we can do as a district with an ed code, but again, given the nature of what was described, the level of threats and or potential physical violence, we have contracts with the Sheriff's Department and with the Colton Police Department and very good SROs whose job it is to help us look into those things and follow up, particularly if they happen off-site, off campus. Our jurisdiction is sometimes limited, but the SROs that represent their jurisdictions can go beyond that and look into things such as things that may have occurred off campus or at people's houses. So,
and I'd like to just add one more thing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan, for that. Is that we need to act immediately, not a week from now, not 2 weeks from now. We need to protect our students tomorrow. So just want to make sure that that's clear and said.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, parents. Moving on to 5.0 administrative presentations. We have two tonight. We have item 5.1, K-8 Comprehensive Counseling Program Training by Hatching Results Student Services Division. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Ortiz to introduce his staff.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Board Member, Superintendent, Dr. Miranda, members of the audience. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to introduce elementary counselors, Ms. Ashley Labella, Melissa Rangel, middle school counselors Taisha Holloman, and Kevin Casares. They're here tonight as representatives of the CJUSD Elementary Middle School Counseling Team to discuss their participation in the Hatchings Professional Development Training they've received throughout the 21-22 school year. The purpose of the Hatchings PD is to establish a district-wide comprehensive school counseling program, which our counselors will describe more in detail. This process has been years in the making, and I would like to thank the leaders who contributed in planning and organizing this important training, including Mr. Brandon Daudet, who secured this PD for our district counseling team. So without further ado, our wonderful counselors.
Good evening, President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the Executive Cabinet, and members of the community. It is an honor to be here this evening and present on the amazing opportunity we have been afforded by CJUSD. Since September, we have been collaborating and working with our fellow K-8 counselors in building a comprehensive school counseling program with the help and guidance of Trish Hatch and her team. We are excited to show a glimpse of the amazing work we have been doing and show the importance of having a school counseling curriculum here at CJUSD. First and foremost, previous slide, please. There you go. First and foremost, let's take a moment and introduce ourselves. I am Kevin Casares. I am the proud counselor at Ruto Harris Middle School and have been at CJUSD for 4 years.
Hi, I'm Taisha Holloman. I am the school counselor at Terrace Hill Middle School.
I'm Melissa Rangel. I'm the school counselor at Sycamore Hills and been a proud member of CJUSD for 19 years.
And I'm Ashley Labella. I'm the school counselor at Mary B. Lewis Elementary.
We are just a few who make up a total of 29 school counselors in the K-8 at CJUSD. CJUSD has done a great job in ensuring each elementary and middle school have a full-time credentialed school counselor on campus. This goes to show the commitment CJUSD has placed in making sure each one of our students on campus feel supported in each area of their educational journey. These areas include academics, college and career, and their social emotional well-being, to name a few. Next slide, please. So why are we here today? As mentioned previously, since September, we have been working and creating and developing a school counseling program for our KA students. By working on school counseling program, we hope to show or develop an understanding of the school counseling profession. There may be people in this room who still wonder what a school counselor really does. Here's a quick definition by ASCA, American School Counselor Association, on what a school counselor is. ASCA defines it by, and I quote, someone who is a highly educated professional, certified individual who helps students succeed in school and plan their career. An integral part of the total education system, school counselors help students form healthy goals, mindsets, and behaviors. With the aid of a school counselor, students learn to develop effective collaboration and cooperation skills, to practice perseverance, to develop time management and study skills, and to learn self-motivation and self-direction habits. They also lead, advocate, and collaborate to promote equity and access for all students by connecting their school counseling program to the school's academic mission and school improvement plan, end quote. This is just a synopsis of what a school counselor does to make sure each student becomes valuable members of the student body, but more importantly, crucial members of their communities. Through a comprehensive school counseling program, school counselors want to make it clear to students, community members, and stakeholders that our job as a school counselor goes beyond guidance or someone who only makes schedules. The job of a school counselor has become such an integral piece in student success. By having a school counseling program, we can ensure that each stakeholder is aware of our roles on campus and what a school counselor really does. And then Ms. Rangel will dive deeper into that.
Next slide, please. So the primary focus of a comprehensive counseling program is to ensure that the role of the counselor evolves from the antiquated guidance counselor to that of the professional school counselor. In this capacity, school counselors are able to be proactive instead of reactive and provide preventative service beginning with the Tier 1 level. Developing a comprehensive counseling program also guarantees our ability to focus on all three domains instead of just the one. It allows for school counselors to operate with clearly defined roles. Next slide, please. With the development of a comprehensive school counseling program, we are able to meet the needs of all students by providing services at the Tier 1 level in all three domains. And again, all three domains, most of the time, the model only includes the academic domain and social emotional, but in the counseling program, we're also including the college and career domain. So I want to highlight that this means we go beyond that traditional system of support and provide services in that college and career domain, as well as, and in addition to, the academic and social emotional domains. Next slide, please. The foundation of the comprehensive school counseling program is the use of the ASCA model from the American School Counseling Association. The use of the model ensures that Tier 1 services are evidence-based and focused on what students should believe, know, and be able to do in school and beyond in life. Through the use of the ASCA model, school counselors not only assess learning, but also review and use data to inform the instruction of the core curriculum. Next slide, please. One of the most important components of the comprehensive counseling program is the development of the Tier 1 school counseling core curriculum. So we are working right now to develop the lessons for our core curriculum in grades K through 8, making sure that 80% is consistent across the district and that only 20% be based on the site needs. This means that agreed upon lessons will be taught to all students at each grade level at every school site in CJUSD. And next up, we have Ashley Labella.
Next slide. Thank you. Okay, having highly successful and effective school counselors at every level increases equity, access, as well as decreases opportunity gaps. Students assigned to effective school counselors are more likely to graduate high school, attend a four-year college, and persist into their second year than those assigned to less effective counselors. These impacts are even larger for our BIPOC students. Students who meet with a counselor to discuss post-secondary are 3 times more likely to attend college and 7 times more likely to apply for financial aid. Intentional efforts by school counselors can help reduce racial disproportionality, sorry, that word's hard for me, in AP course enrollment. When school counselors are tasked with non-counseling duties, it results in opportunity gaps for students. which impacts student post-secondary outcomes. This is the whole meaning of this program, to reduce those impacts and to make our job more effective for our students. Next slide. This is really hard to see, and I'm sorry for that. I did the best I could. I had to take some antiquated graphs and combine them. But here you see student to counselor ratios. ASCA recommends a ratio of 250 to 1. The national average is on top, which is, and there's 2 lines. So the top line is from 2010, 2011. The darker green is last school year. So the national average went from 471, and then last school year was 415. I highlighted California specifically because they had a huge jump from 1,016 to 572. So we are moving in the right direction in order to be there for our students, to best impact them to become successful. Next slide. All right, so what does this mean for CJUSD? In order to continue forward and meet the needs of all students, in order for our program to succeed, counselors and district need to work together to continue the implementation of the program. Recognize that school counselors are leaders, systemic change agents, collaborators, and advocates. Understand that our role to design, implement, evaluate, and improve a comprehensive data-driven school counseling program is needed, necessary, and important. And we need to work together to ensure that school counselors build and implement a comprehensive counseling program to fidelity for all counselors on every level. And then Taisha is going to talk about moving forward, what that looks like for our trainings.
Okay, so during our Tier 1 PD, the K through 8 counseling team, there were some things that we were able to accomplish. So we began the process of building a district-wide school counseling core curriculum program. We developed Tier 1 lesson plans that are aligned to ASCA, mindsets and behaviors. We were able to analyze the data from those lessons to determine if the effectiveness of the lessons. And we also were able to draft high-quality annual student outcome goals and begin to create an annual calendar for the school counseling program. Next slide. So looking into the next school year of 2022 to 2023, we have a few goals. Our district team is going to be meeting with Hatchings on May 18th, and they are going to set a new plan for our PD for the next school year. We will continue with the Tier 1 implementations, which would be our core curriculum, individual student planning, and district school-wide activities with the K through 8th grade counselors. And our high school counselors will complete the Tier 1 PD plan as well. And so that concludes our presentation of our comprehensive program.
Thank you. Board member comments? Okay. Board member Ibarra.
First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for everything you do on a daily basis. We'd love to take each one of you and multiply you 100 times at each site, because I think that truly if we're going to be effective, that's what we actually need. Sitting here on the audience just a few minutes ago, you heard of some of the major concerns that some parents have. And I'm sure that over your careers, you've probably heard of similar incidents that occur on sites. And that's where it's really intricate that we have great counselors that can address some of those issues and identify them, and sometimes take that burden off the teacher, but also use your expertise so that you can deal with those type of issues in a professional manner. Part of my background, I've done some counseling over the years also as well, so I'm familiar with what you do. And your presentation, very comprehensive. It's something that I think that, number one, I can't really think of us ever having a report from the counselors to come up and do this. So I really appreciate this, number one. Number two, my question would be that Do you, just like teachers who collaborate, do you get opportunities to collaborate with other counselors throughout the school year?
Yes, we do. I think we meet I'm at the elementary level, so we do meet monthly. We do follow the same collaboration days like the teachers do, so we do have full day collaborations also. But there's always more time needed to be able to collaborate, especially with us elementary counselors, because we kind of are one man on that, one woman anyway.
Yes, yes.
At that site, and we don't always have that team of counselors there to collaborate daily. So, that definitely. And I know at the middle school, they also have their monthly meetings, and then most middle schools have at least 2 counselors with 3 at 3 of the 4. So.
Just curious on my part, when you do meet with other counselors, is there any reports that come out of that, some similarities, some common areas where you might have issues that seem to surface that need to be addressed, something that we as a board might benefit by knowing?
I think that's a complicated question, and I think definitely we would all probably love to have conversations and invite you board members to join us at our different school sites and get to know a little bit more about what we do, so we can, help share some of the different common issues that we do see at our sites. So.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I do tend to ask some difficult questions at times. So, no, I appreciate that, and I'm assuming, correct me if I'm mistaken, that Dr. Ortiz oversees the counseling program as of now. Okay, so you will be meeting with our great counselors on a regular basis, or how will you work toward understanding better what their issues are and what are their needs and what they need help with?
I do join their trainings or their meetings once a month. Mr. Ibarra, I stay as long as I can. Absolutely looking to the future. If I can stay the whole time, that would be great. We are looking to establish some kind of a lead amongst the counselors, like we have a lead nurse, so that I can meet more regularly with that person and address any concerns or and support that they might need. And then I was there for part of the day for the Hatchings training, the latest one. So the plan is for me, again, as much as my calendar allows, to be part of the training. So I have a good understanding of what they're learning. So as questions come up or any support that I can give them. So, just taking over the role in January has been tough transition.
Yes.
So not an excuse, but I'll get there as far as trying to support them as much as I can and learn what they're learning to understand what we provide and make sure I support both the counselors, but also our school site administrators.
No, that's excellent, because I think that the best way we could assist is learning by example and being part of it. So, I appreciate your efforts in that part as well. So once again, just want to thank you, counselors. I know that your job is daunting and every day is something new. And I guess that's why sometimes, when we get in that profession, that gets us up in the morning and makes our day, because we know we're going to be doing something different every day. So thank you for the report.
Member Fuentes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much. Thank you for coming out and bringing this presentation. One of the questions I think Mr. Ibarra, Board Member Ibarra, said was some of the common things questions and concerns that come up in your meetings. If there was a way that for you to get those in writing to us, even just in an email, send it to Joanne, or maybe in board correspondence, if we can get something like that just lets us know what their concerns, what their issues are. I'd like to see those and what we can do to help you take care of those. I'm not here to promise a lot of things, but I'm here to see what we can do to work together to make sure that some of those issues get taken care of. I have been to your empowerments, and I've seen what you do with our students and how they feel comfortable going to these empowerments. And I think if we were to know those issues, those concerns, those questions, even in an email or some type of document, I would really, really appreciate that. I like to see what they are. And like I said earlier, something that we can do to see what we can do to work together to make those concerns, those questions get taken care of. But thank you very much for bringing that presentation to us. Dr. Ortiz, thank you very much for your leadership. Thank you.
Board Member Doreen Ojeda.
Thank you so much. I'm very impressed with the program that's being developed for our boys and girls. I'm particularly interested in the 80-20 core curriculum because that just, it's every kid in our district will have the 80%. So no matter where they move, because transiency is so big, I mean, it happens so often. So at one school, they're going to be responsible for the same thing they did at this previous school. I'm very happy at that. And the fact that it's developmental in nature. Honestly, I knew that it probably would be because counselors know kids are different from kindergarten until 8th grade, but it's nice to see that. I'm curious when the 20%, which is so important because every school has their own issues, but I'm wondering if, as you go over time, if you're going to see, if you see the same thing cropping up because of a community issue, and does that ever become part of, I know it says the 80% is franchise curriculum, so probably it doesn't, but do you see that 20% being very, very similar in many of your schools? Yes.
I would say yes. I think a lot of times, they do overlap, but using the data that we, get from the multiple sources, that's where we can now take a lesson and make it part of the core curriculum. Because if this is an issue and this is an ongoing thing at, 17 of our 18 elementary schools, then it's something that all 18 of our elementary schools should be teaching. So I think, that there's always that flexibility. It's not, we were able to take lessons that maybe were only part of that 20% and move them up to that 80% because they are, needed at all of the school sites. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much. I will tell you, I have on very good authority how effective, at least one of our people is, and I know you all are. But because of that, it touched my heart because I know that it just makes such a difference to teachers when they have someone else that can help them through a tough time. Because teachers need counseling too sometimes, because some of those kids are really hard to deal with. And having someone there who gets it, even if they can't fix it, they can help them see it more clearly and give them some specific things that maybe they could try. And that's so important. And I'm glad to see, having been an administrator, I know how easy it is to try to pull your counselor in to help you with that. And that doesn't happen. And I think that's really important to have that separation. Because if you can help a teacher get through that and have specific strategies, that's when things are really powerful and can happen. Because then the teachers start talking and they all kind of work together. So I'm really grateful to see this. This is the best thing I think I've seen in a district ever. Because we have so many of you helping our kids. Because our world is different today and our kids need guidance. And teachers don't have the time when they got a lot of kids in the room. So having people like you on campus makes a huge world of difference to families, kids, teachers, principal. So thank you hats off to you. It's just not easy, and I know that. So thank you.
Board Member Haro.
A lot has been said by my colleagues. I agree with Board Member Thoring Ojeda how important the job is that you do. And I'm very proud to sit on a board that recognized that because we didn't have elementary counselors before. And so if we want them to be successful in middle school and in high school, we had to have elementary to start them off with those much needed guidance. So the empowerments. I've been to several of them as well and seeing how these kids interact with each other and learning how to interact with each other because, they're elementary kids. They don't know how to behave or what to do in so the things that are being taught there, it's very empowering, for lack of a better word. So I want to just thank you for everything that you do. And I know that Dr. Ortiz, you brought up the idea of the lead counselor, And I think that's a wonderful idea to, when you can't necessarily go to the meetings, at least you can meet with that lead counselor. I know how important our lead nurse has been through the pandemic. And our counselors need to also have that voice to explain what they need and also what our students need. And so I think that's a great idea. So I look forward to hearing more about it getting developed for the next school year. I think would be a great idea. So thank you again for all you do and to your colleagues for all they do. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. I just want to,
Sorry, I had a question.
of course,
A couple of questions.
Board Member Flores.
And I'll try to be brief, but this is an important topic and it's a wonderful presentation. I'm going to go a little bit tangential here because it's rare that we actually have counselors here presenting. Usually it's teachers and other folks, but since you're here and you represent a wide swath of our schools, I wanted to take the opportunity, given what we've discussed and what you're hearing, to ask a couple of questions. Number one, have you seen an increase in behavioral issues this school year compared to previous years? Yeah, please. Use the microphone. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, definitely, definitely. This is a different year. Yes.
Are these, I mean, do you think that the current methods that we have for addressing these are working? Are they not? And I know I'm asking you
Can I just give my opinion?
Please. Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
So what I'm seeing is that the kids that were in third grade that are now in fifth grade are still acting like they're in third grade. We lost a lot of time, and those are the behaviors that we're seeing. So my fifth graders are playing tag and getting into issues with tag where I would normally not see that in a school year. So we've had to make adjustments and kind of teach down a little bit to meet them at their level.
I just to kind of piggyback on that, I think definitely this school year, it has been a different year. And it really has been taxing on not only teachers, but on us too, because there are just a lot of developmental milestones that some of our kids missed. And so we are seeing it at all the grade levels and, having to kind of go back and fill in some gaps in their social and emotional learning. So, at the elementary level, we definitely get the bigger gaps because, they left as first graders and now they're, third, fourth graders. And so we're definitely seeing a lot of that. And then I think that goes beyond too. I think we're definitely seeing a lot of not just behavior issues, but just actual social emotional issues, just a lot of anxiety, a lot of worry, a lot of, grief out there. So we're picking up on that. And of course, through, part of our job is to make those referrals to the necessary different organizations, including our own CJUSD mental health department, who's able to kind of take the higher level of care for some of those students too. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear middle school perspective because.
Yeah, so at the middle school, just to echo what everyone said, we're trying to play catch up. Fifth graders are now seventh graders and they're acting like fifth graders. It's just been a catch up that we've been trying to do, but thanks to Antonio and his team, we've been supported that way in mental health, in trauma, students losing parents, grandparents. So we are dealing with that still to this day. And how do we work to that, right? We have our own trauma through COVID, working with our students and making sure they're okay, they're safe to come to school. But it's been tough, but nonetheless, it's been very rewarding and it's been a great year. But it's been a great experience thus far, but it's been tough. Yeah, it's been tough.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I appreciate your candor and sharing it. I know it's difficult to share some of those things, in public, in front of your bosses. But don't worry, we're their bosses, so you're okay. Okay. And the reason, and again, the elephant in the room that needs to be mentioned, this is the opportunity to do it, is this has not been a year like any other. I think any of us up here that have been with the district for a number of years, whether it's board members, staff, or just experienced educators, the number of concerns that have been brought to my attention through teachers, staff, what we're hearing as a board, what I'm hearing as a parent with a fifth grader who, Dad, I don't think I can go to the bathroom sometimes because the big kids are in there doing things they shouldn't be doing. You know, the vandalism at our schools, everything from the social emotional to the physical violence that is occurring at a greater rate and with a greater severity. It's happening right now. We have to do something to address it, and doing more of the same isn't going to affect change, right? We need new strategies, new approaches, new resources. So it's a conversation I think that we need to have as a board with support. I think everybody recognizes there's an issue. It's now how do we solve it and address it? And we're not the only ones. Let's be very clear. It is not a Colton Joint Unified School District problem. Exactly what you described is happening across the region, across the state of California, and we're not alone, but we do have a responsibility to address it here. And so I appreciate, and I hope there's an opportunity. We have to hear from you. We need to hear from, quite frankly, our other staff and employees from ACE to CSEA who have to address this as well and find a way to solve this issue, because we're coming to the end of one year. The next year will be right on the heels of it. And what can we do different to provide the resource and support our kids need? Because it is extremely difficult right now on our campus sites and very stressful. So I appreciate it. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Miranda, because we do need to hear this. We need to know what's going on, and we need to press for solutions, because teachers are getting burned out. Counselors are getting burned. Our classified staff who are going out there and talking to kids and trying to calm people down. Our security, the incidents that we're having with our security staff, they're getting burned out. We've got to find a way to help provide the support and make a difference so that next year we turn the corner. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, thank you. I just want to add that never forget the impact that you have on children's lives on a daily basis. And this board acknowledges and really is appreciative of all the work you do every day. So thank you.
Just real quick, Board, I just also wanted to point out they try to coordinate T-shirts too, so that's important to mention. So I'm glad they came in and they did a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to pause, and we inadvertently left 2 public comment cards in the back. So I am going to go ahead and add and go back and invite the 2 community members that submitted cards. Lisa Villa.
Thank you for going back. I'd like to say you did know about the safety of the schools. I just told you last month. Mr. Ibarra, you heard me say that we needed help security last month. So for you to tell those parents that this is the first you heard about the safety of this first of those students, but we are inadequate in safety. I just told you that. Why you're acting all shocked? I've said it again. Nothing's been done. We're still short. We're still short every day, even the very next day. Nothing happens. So don't tell me that you care, because you don't. So I'm Lisa Villa. I'm parent and employee, and I'm from Colton. Good evening, everyone. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's the principal that leads, brought the Yellow Jacket Tunnel, brought the band. That's a leader right there. Someone that puts effort and cares about my community. Mr. Abbott has always cared about student success, and he will go above and beyond for students and the community he works for. Our Yellow Jacket should not have went without all those years, because our school board chose to not listen to our cries and complaints about the leadership and culture at Colton High. You should be held accountable for not caring about our Yellow Jackets. People might think I need to move on, but I will not let it go. I truly wish that the condolences sent to me on behalf of my brother were sincere and genuine. I truly wish that you cared about me and I could take these condolences to heart. But your actions and the harassment, the bullying, the vindictive transferring from the site that I was happy at, of not being able to go back to the site after 5 years of being at a middle school, all the personal vindictiveness towards me shows me that you do not care about me. And especially the disrespect my children and grandchildren have gone without as Yellow Jackets. So when I hear your gestures of kindness towards me, I find it more insulting because you make it clear year after year that I do not matter, nor do the people in my Colton community matter to you. I voiced my unhappy opinion and documented facts of how our alma mater was being mismanaged, but I never expressed these views until recently, until I clearly saw the politics and unfairness, bullying, and so forth being allowed by you, the Colton School Board, and I could no longer look the other way. I was willing to take one for the team because my Colton community matters. But instead of holding these highly paid leaders accountable, you promote them. I am asking for everyone in my community to please come out and vote. Please, election times are coming soon, although I might not matter to anyone here in this room. I know I most definitely matter to people in my community. Let's walk the walk. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Gary Groshek.
Good evening, Board Member Flores, Board Members Superintendent Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Gary Grosich. I'm on I'm the chair of the Measure G Bond Oversight Committee. I'm the vice chair of the Bloomington Municipal Advisory Council, and most importantly this evening, I'm a proud Colton High School Yellow Jacket in 1972. So I'd like to give you a little report this evening on the Bloomington MAC and what we're doing. We're reconstituted for 3 months. Our committee was suspended because of redistricting, so we've been reconstituted now, met the last 2 months. We're looking forward to reconstituting also our ad hoc committees, and one of the most important ones is the Bridge Committee with the school district, which will be meeting shortly, and we're looking forward to that and dealing with issues of concern to both the residents in Bloomington, the MAC, and the school district. So we're looking forward to that meeting, which is upcoming in the next week or two. I'd like to thank the board and the school district for allowing the MAC to use your facility. We were here last evening meeting. We meet the first Wednesday of each month. And I would like to extend an open invitation to any or all of you to attend our meeting. I do have to say, Board Member Fuentes has been pretty much a monthly participant. He reports on issues from the school district, which we greatly appreciate, and we really enjoy the relationship that we have with the district, and we'd like to continue with that. So that's my report from the MAC, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going back to 5.0 administrative presentations, and we have 5.2 expanded learning opportunity program from the Ed Services Division. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Peterson to present or introduce their staff.
Thank you, Board President Flores. Tonight it is my pleasure to introduce our Director of School Improvement and Accountability, Joda Murphy, and our After-School Education and Safety Grant Manager, Ron Perez, to provide our presentation tonight. And I just want to especially thank them for all the work that their department has done in putting this information and bringing these opportunities to our kids.
Good evening, Board President Flores, members of the board, Superintendent Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and our audience. I am Joda Murphy, and this is Ron Perez, and we are here tonight to talk about our Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. I would like to introduce to you Rhonda Scott, Rosalie Trujillo, Wendy Quintos, Kristen Santillan, and Sarah Adami, our partners from our Think Together program, and we invited them tonight because we know that it takes a village to raise our children. The purpose behind the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program is to offer a quality after-school and intercession program to maximize our learning opportunities for our students. Our Expanded Learning Opportunity Program will occur after school, it'll occur during spring break, it will occur during our summer break. The program requirements state that intercession days must occur at least 30 days during our intercession time. The curriculum is going to continue building our well-rounded students after school and during our non-school days. The Extended Learning Opportunity Program is for our TK through 6 students. And while it's primarily for our foster youth, our homeless youth, our English language learners, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, it's also for all of our students, and all of our students will be allowed to participate. The intent for the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program is for it to operate for our students at least 9 hours. Students would be in school for 6 hours, and the after-school program would be open after school for an additional 3 hours, equaling 9 hours of availability. During a non-school day, it would be open to from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. It's important to note that our program after school on this day will actually total 10 hours.
Okay. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program will support what each student is learning in the school day by touching on at least one of the displayed program components each day. The intent is to complement the learning taking place in the school day without replicating it. In expanded learning, our goal is to engage students in hands-on activities that disguise learning. We want students to have fun and learn at the same time. Just as our current expanded learning opportunities, our expanded learning programs rather, are free, the additional services that will be provided with the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program will also be free. We'll be able to significantly enhance and increase our program offerings without our families incurring any costs. Starting this summer, we'll begin to utilize the Expanded Learning Opportunities funding by adding 3 school sites to our summer enrichment programs. We'll be adding Cooley Ranch, Grand Terrace Elementary, and Harupa Vista Elementary. And then beginning with the 2022-23 school year, we'll be able to expand our after-school programs to Terrace View and Sycamore Hills, at which point we'll be offering after-school programmings to all 18 of our elementaries, where we currently offer at 16 out of the 18. We'll also be able to expand our offerings from 1st through 6th grade and to TK through 6. So right now we don't service kindergarten students, but we'll be able to offer those students program next year as well. In addition, we'll be adding 31 intercession days, which, like Ms. Murphy mentioned, will be taking place during the spring and the summer. And then based on the need and the participation of the program, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program has the potential to expand summer programs to all 18 elementary sites. We'll be able to increase the capacity of our after-school programs based on the need, so waiting lists will be a thing of the past. We'll also be able to add before-school services if it's needed in the community, and we'll be able to provide supplemental services to enhance our current programs.
I feel like we've been talking very formally about this, but as a working parent, I always had my little guy. He was always in daycare. And it's one thing as a parent to know when you leave your little person in a daycare setting, for them to be happy and for them to feel safe, and so that you can go on to work and you can feel secure and comfortable knowing where you're leaving your child. And it was also I felt really impactful yesterday when one of our colleagues who lives in Grand Terrace came over to us and was like, I heard what you're doing. She's like, first of all, thank you so much. She was beaming. She wouldn't stop beaming. And she's like, you are saving me thousands of dollars for what you're doing for the Grand Terrace community. So do you have any questions?
Questions from the board? Okay. Yes, this is wonderful. I do have a question. I'm all about books and putting books in children's hands. So can you expand on that? What books are available for students during your program? Are there enough books?
Yeah, they have access to books, and also depending on the partnerships that we have with the school sites, we work closely with all the administrators to align. On various occasions, we have had access to the school libraries on campuses. And then again, with this increased funding, we have the opportunity to supplement and enhance the current program offerings. And there's programs, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but where they can bring in books that even the students can write and they can be self-published. So there's definitely a ELA and literacy component to the after-school programs at everything that we offer. Previously, a few years ago, we've done book clubs. We've done programs during the summer where they're exposed to reading and book circles and groups and stuff like that. So literacy is definitely one of the main focuses of the program.
That's great to hear. Yeah, we also have the public libraries that we have access to. Also, I just want to add, my mom lives across the street from Alice Burney, and she has this big porch, and we sit out in the front porch, and it's such a joy to hear the children, when they're out playing, and the staff working with them. So I see it every day. This is definitely an expansion of the program. So thank you so much. Thank you both.
I didn't want to embarrass her, but I have to. Wendy, who's sitting over there, when I was the principal at McKinney Elementary, it's such an awesome partnership, I tell you. Ron, we have a great team over the thing together, and I want to thank you, ladies, because Wendy and I, we work so well together for our students, and I would love going to the trainings that you guys would have over here. And so I encourage our principals to continue the partnership because it is a really true partnership. And as superintendent now, as a former principal, and to see where the program's at and see where it's going, I can be more happy and thrilled to let this Board of Education know and thank the board for their commitment for these programs that are really making a difference for our kiddos. It's not just consider like a child care, but it is a true partnership. So Wendy, I know you're like, and then we worked together in years, but when I saw her, it just felt like, we just worked so well together. And thank you so much for what you did for the community over at McKinley. And, that meant a lot. It made a big difference to our kids and our community. So thank you for Ron for leading the program, for leading this for a long time. I know you've been working on it for a while, and so we appreciate that. And not a lot of kudos go to you, but they should.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron and Joda, and thank you for the staff that came out tonight. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to action items 6.0. We have items 6.1 through 6.36. Would any board member like to have an item be considered separately at this time? If not, I would like to have a motion and a second. Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Fuentes to approve action items 6.1 through 6.36. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Okay. On motion by Board Member Haro and Board Member Fuentes and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved action items 6.1 through 6.36. Okay, moving on to 7.0 administrative reports. For administrative report 7.1 to 7.3, are there any questions, comments from board members? Okay, if not, we'll move on to item 7.4, facilities update. I would like to invite Director Chang to present.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Dr. Miranda, board members, executive cabinet, members of the public. Tonight, I'd like to give the board a brief update on some of the exciting projects that we've been working on. Next slide, please. All right, first up, just quick progress on the Bloomington High School auditorium equipment replacement project. That project is about 55% completed as of this week. The electrical roughing and stage and control is complete. Audiovisual cabling installation is in progress, should be complete by the end of this week. And the next major milestone is the rigging installation, which should commence shortly. Next project is the Crestmore Elementary playground structure replacement, and that project is moving along nicely as well. You can see this progress photo of this week. They're installing some of the foundations and posts for the playground structure. So hoping to get that completed before the end of the school year so the students can take advantage of the new play structure. And then the third project listed is a quick update on the Ruth O. Harris marquee sign. We recently completed the installation of the foundation and the erection of the sign. So we're hoping to, working with IT to get the system, the marquee sign up and running. So I hope to get that completed within the next week or so. Next page, please. All right, Colton High School auditorium rigging replacement. We held the bid opening yesterday, so we're reviewing all the bid documents. Hopefully we'll take that project to the board for award at the next board meeting. We're also bidding the Colton High School auditorium seating replacement, another much needed project, and we're anticipating bid opening on May 17th. Lastly, Crestman Elementary Path Travel Curb Appeal Project improvement projects. We actually had to rebid that project. We had bid opening, we only received 2 bids, and the bid, I think, were quite high, and we didn't feel like it was it warrants the amount. So I think by rebidding, getting more outreach, I think we're going to get much more favorable numbers. So we're looking at bid opening to be around or on May 20th. And we'll still want to try to take advantage of summer break and do as much construction as possible to minimize site interruption. All right, next project is Colton High School Culinary Arts Building. Pleased to report to the board that received DSA approval April 22nd. So we still had a week. It was tight, but it was had a week to spare before the deadline for 2.8 million matching funding that we received from the state. So that's moving along. Simultaneously, we're also applying for a seismic mitigation program. I'm going to say again to leverage our resources, our funding to get more money from the state to help contribute to the project. Next project, another board priority project, Grand Terrace Elementary classroom parking renovation. We started the concept design phase for the past couple of weeks. We've been meeting with the principal, and yesterday we had a meeting between the architect and site leadership to get their feedback on some of the ideas and concept that we developed so far. And it was really a very productive meeting. We got a lot of comments and good feedback. And so we're going to further develop the scheme, and hopefully we get that project moving along as well. Next slide, please. All right, the last update I'd like to provide the board is Terrace Hill Middle School Admin Classroom Building Addition that's been in the works for the past several months. We've held meetings with staff, community, and I think some of the board members even attended some of the community meetings and to get really feedback and comments and just kind of point some of the challenges. I think some board are familiar with the site. One of the biggest challenges is the public access to the site, and which also impacts the security. The main entrance to the campus, you have to kind of go through the tunnel of gate, which kind of separates the campus in half. And then the administration building is located on second level, which creates another accessibility issue. Also, they also lack student and staff restroom at the lower level. So a lot of times the students have to go on the upper level, which creates a problem with supervision. And also the lack of lunch area. And also the fact that the admin building is located on the second floor creates sometimes supervision problems for to see who's coming onto campus and so forth. So we're, obviously there's a lot of challenges. We can't address everything, but I think we have some good solutions that we're going to address many of these issues. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of quick diagram to show some of the proposed solution that we have came up with in collaboration with the teachers and community members. So what we decided to do is currently there are about 5 portables that's facing on the parking lot. We thought to address some of the issue that I mentioned, we're going to relocate the administration near the main parking lot. And we're also proposing to add student and staff restroom within that building to address the restroom needs as well. We're also proposing to add classroom at the upper level, hoping we can start to get rid of some of the portable classrooms at the campus. And also with the existing administration building, we're planning to repurpose that and creating additional classroom and workroom for the staff. And some of the the existing lunch shelter would be relocated behind the new administration building to create a better curb appeal and better entrance for the campus. Next slide, please. So we can go through each highlight some of the main points. This is some of the rendering of the proposed administration building. It's a one-story building. It has, in addition to administrative functions, we also have the restroom that's going to serve the students, which is a lot of students congregate for adjacent to the building for lunch. So we thought that was one great need that they have. Next slide, please. So at the upper level, we are getting rid of some of the portables, and we're providing 2 additional classrooms, as well as the restroom building to serve the student population on the upper terrace level. And next slide, please. Oops. Can you go back? So missing. So what's that missing? One more. Back one more, please. Okay. This is a rendering of the existing administration building. We're repurposing it, converting it back to a couple of classroom buildings, as well as the teacher's workroom. All right, next slide, please. All right. And the last kind of the major design feature is the kind of what we call the main quad area. I think one of the things we're trying to do is create kind of a large open space to give some students to spread out some elbow room, to some tables and areas, to instead of everybody kind of getting kind of crammed in underneath the breezeway and directly in front of the NPR building. It would be create more opportunity to provide them for more seating area, and also kind of create kind of a ceremonial stair to make the connection between the different levels of the campus. All right, and that concludes my update. Any questions?
Board Member Haro?
I just have comments. I think this is fabulous because it is so needed at that school. I remember the first time I went to Terrace Hills Middle School as a board member, to introduce myself and everything. I'm like, where's the admin building? I couldn't even find it. So it's just strange to have a second story admin building. It's not, yeah. Anyway, so I just think that looking at this concept and what you're looking at doing, I think it's going to benefit staff. It's going to benefit the school. It's going to benefit those kids. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, this is brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Owen. I believe that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to 7.5. I would like to invite ACE President Parachi to present. Okay. 7.6, CSEA update. CSEA President Guadarrama, is he here? No? Okay, moving on. MAC update? No update? Okay. ROP update. ROP board members, would you like to present?
Just go ahead. Okay, well, we are not scheduled for our ROP meeting until next week, but just as a reminder, on the 11th, next Wednesday, it's going to be the Evening of Excellence at CRIROP, ROP, and they'll be awarding scholarships to Colton Joint Unified School District students that are part of the ROP program, as well as Redlands and Yucaipa, of course. And also, it's going to be a groundbreaking, so to speak, because as we've mentioned, CRIROP has purchased the building there. And if I'm not mistaken, they're the only ROP that owns their own buildings in the state of California. So it's a big thing. So if you're interested, everyone's welcome. And we're hoping for a nice event that day. Thank you.
Scott, do you have anything to add? No? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the ROP update. 8.0, Superintendent's Communique.
Thank you, Board President Flores, board members, executive cabinet, and members of the audience. I have basically some celebrations tonight on the Superintendent's Communique. And so I want to start off with our community cabinet. This has been, I'll say, a hallmark of the district for many years. So our next community cabinet, and all of you are invited, and there's no excuses because it's virtual, is going to be Wednesday, May 18th at 10 o'clock. So again, it's a virtual meeting. So we are going to have a great presentation. No pressure to Dr. Peterson, who will be presenting the LCAP in the update, starting the process and re-upping the LCAP. We also are going to have our very own Cooley Kindness Ambassadors, the Solution Squad. You know, if you've heard of them, they're amazing. And so they're going to be joining the meeting. So Cooley Ranch Kindness Ambassadors are just an incredible group. I had an opportunity to go out there and maybe they can help me find solutions to a lot of the problems we have. So they are charged with spreading kindness throughout the campus, and Nina is doing a phenomenal job. Another one of our amazing counselors. So please be on the lookout for the link, the call-in number. Join the meeting. I will add counselors. We have counselors at every elementary school in our district, and I'm going to thank the board because you have allowed us to do that. So I'm going to thank the board for that. And that does not happen without that commitment that we have. So thank you, board, for that. Next slide, please. The California Day of the Teacher, and then the Classified School Employees Week. It's been said many times, and by our board and by everybody, we do have our teachers have put up with a lot over the last several years, especially this year. And not only, and our classified employees have also. So at the last board meeting, the Board of Education adopted 2 resolutions recognizing, again, our amazing teachers and classified staff. I just, again, want to take this opportunity to thank our teachers and classified staff for the dedication to our students and the impact that they have on our students' success and well-being. And I'll tell you, as a former teacher myself, and remember my first year, and I've talked to a lot of teachers as I walked through. Today, I got to meet a brand new teacher at Sencel, and it was just exciting, and just to see the face. And I said, "You're going to be great." Our team. So if you follow me on Twitter, it's on there. And so we know, and it's been said that a lot of challenges over the last several years acclimating our students. And I will add, that's why one of our focus this year was SEL, the first 8 days of school, to ensure that our students would get some acclimation. But we're not going to give up. We're going to continue to work on it. And so I just, again, to our teachers, you are where the rubber meets the road because you're working with our students, whether TK elementary, middle school, high school. If you're a middle school teacher, I was a middle school one, so I'd feel your pain sometimes, and I understand that. So we are just thankful of all of you, and really it's grateful for everything that all of you do. So on behalf of the Board of Education and Executive Cabinet, our sincere thanks for your resilience so far this year. There's only, I think, like 20 school days left. So hang in there. You deserve a big break. And just awesome. Next slide, please. The School Lunch Hero Day is coming up. That's tomorrow. And we have a lot of heroes. Our School Lunch Heroes, they've been out there. They were out there during the pandemic, serving our students lunches. I mean, they've been just putting a tremendous amount of effort. So we call them our lunch heroes, but I think they're really our heroes. So I'll tell you a quick story because this really hit my heart. So this past week, it was shared with me by director and CISO that we had a nutrition service worker at Grand Terrace Elementary who noticed a first grade child who appeared to be choking. And she approached the child
and the child was choking, and she didn't hesitate, grabbed the child, wrapped her arms around, and conducted the Heimlich maneuver, and honestly saved the child. So the student was able to breathe again, and was taken to the office and checked. And I'll just tell you, Nikki, if you're out there, if you're not, listening, Nicole, Nikki, thank you for that and for saving this child's life. So again, that's just one little, it's not even a little example, an example of what our nutrition services and our folks do. So to Friday, May 6th, that's tomorrow, is again our 10th annual, and it's nationwide annual school lunch hero day. It's a day to showcase the differences between, or showcase our school nutrition professionals who make every child feel special when they come into the cafeteria. They're just amazing people. So, and then last slide, or actually I have two more slides. I just mentioned yesterday we had just an awesome celebration at Grand Terrace High School, tomorrow's leader celebration. And I'll tell you, it was just a great event. It was our 5th annual event held here at Colton George Unified. And again, the program recognizes students who display good attendance, behavior, and academics. So listen to this. So students, are awarded with a chance of a variety of prizes, 75-inch TV, smart TVs, 55. Beats by Dr. Dre. It's on and on. And the grand prize is a car. It's donated by our good friends at Chevrolet here in Fontana, and Rotolo Chevrolet. So not only did we give laptops, and I'll thank Leonard and Dominguez and Rosa Dominguez, who just worked tirelessly to provide scholarships. They provided 5 $200 or $500 scholarships, rather. So I talked to the junior that won from Bloomington High School when he won the car, the 2022 Chevrolet Trax. And I said, "Can you believe it?" He said he couldn't believe it. He was in shock. So were the parents. It's just unbelievable that we have such generosity in our district, the generosity by our folks in Rotolo Chevrolet. So, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank our student services team for their hard work, for coordinating this. They were out there setting it up. They were out there still at the end, and just thank you, student services team, all of you, for just putting that extra effort and making it a great night for our students. So it does pay literally to have good attendance, good behavior, and academics. So please, let's do it again next year, and we will. And then last but not least, I think this is the favorite time of the year for all of us. I know for some of you it's probably Thanksgiving or even Christmas, but I think as a superintendent, as an educator, we all, this graduations is really the culmination of the school year. And for us, just to see when they start in our district as kindergartners, preschool, and then they graduate, is just an amazing opportunity. So they're coming up. So I want to thank my communications team, Katie Orloff, Lynette White, communication specialist, who's highlighting our 2002 graduates. And so if you follow our Twitter feeds, you'll see social media, you'll see them. And so thank you for that. And it is really, truly heartwarming to see our graduates and read about their future plans. And I'll tell you, Colton High School had the academic commitment. I just so blown away by that. Thank you for Ms. Murphy and Mr. Abbott for putting that together, because I was talking about it over the weekend with my family, and so that is really amazing. So on behalf of the board, on behalf of Executive Cabinet, congratulations to all you graduates. I'm going to see all of you in the next couple of weeks, and just look forward to just those great graduations that are going to happen. And with that, Board President, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Miranda. We're moving on to board member comments. We're going to begin by inviting Board Member Thoreen Ojeda.
No comments tonight.
Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you, Bertha. We had quite nice reports today, so just want to acknowledge that. But I know that Sunday is a very important day. And for all you mothers that are out there, I hope each and every one of you have the well-deserved, wonderful Mother's Day. And that you are truly appreciated on that day and that you get pampered 100%. Thank you.
Board Member Flores. Board Member Sandoval.
I just want to say thank you for everybody for coming out today. Thank you for Think Together, Miss Wendy. You had my kids, and they got older. They don't go no more, but they will still stop by and say hi. They miss it. So thank you for the program. It's really great. Thank you and happy Mother's Day.
Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. Just wanted to share a couple of things. Had the opportunity to visit some of the schools, and I was out with my colleague, Joanne Ojeda, at the Winter Marching Arts Showcase, where we had Grand Terrace High School, Bloomington High School, and Colton High School bring some awesome talent. Wow. If you weren't there, you missed out on something amazing. These young men and women, even through this pandemic, were able to win. I think Bloomington High School won the third prize for their drill team and their marimba that they had there. It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. So had the opportunity to be there with my colleague, and we were taking pictures. I had forgotten my phone, and she says, "No, use my phone." And later that evening, she sent them out to me, and I was able to do a post and get those pictures out to everybody. But it was phenomenal. So I want to thank our band leaders and our choir leaders and all of that for the great job they did with our kids. I think it's a great opportunity. The music, the drill team, the bands, it's a big thing for me. I know Mrs. Haro, it's a big thing for her too. I play drums, I play bass, I play guitar, and I sing, and I love to do that. And I think it's just an awesome opportunity for our students when they get involved like that. It's like playing a sport, and I think it's an awesome opportunity. So thank you again to all the schools that participated. Also, tomorrow's leaders, we were there yesterday. So we got to see all, what was it, 1,000-something students that were there, plus their parents. And I can imagine the familia, grandma and grandpa, and all of them were there. It was an exciting time. It's the highlight. I think I put that in my Facebook post. It was a highlight of the year. It's always a highlight of the year. We have missed it because of the pandemic, but yesterday was a great celebration. Our student that won the vehicle, courtesy of Rotola Chevrolet. It was amazing to see how excited it was. Mom and dad were just out. I mean, they were just excited. And we had students that were running down, jumping over the fences and trying to get their prizes, even if it was just a 75-inch TV or a laptop or a Bluetooth speaker. Man, they were excited. So it was a great time. It was an awesome opportunity, and I can't wait till next year when we get the opportunity to do it again. And I'm hoping we can get another car to another student. Excuse me. This evening, or actually this morning, I was at Bloomington High School. I was at Mr. Rojas' Spanish class. They had a salsa contest. So salsa, not the salsa dancing. I wasn't gonna. They had a salsa eating contest. Well, not eating contest, but a salsa tasting contest, I would say. And wow, there was some great salsas, so I got to eat a lot of salsa. I think there was like 12 different flavors of salsa. There was one that was just, it had habanero and I don't know what else in there, but man, that made me cry and sniffles and stuff. So it was great. Shout out to Mr. Rojas. Shout out to the students that were there. My daughter was actually in one of the classes there. She also had an opportunity with her group to create some to make some salsa, and but it was fun. We had an awesome opportunity, and I did share some tunes that evening with them this morning. So the kids were amazed to see Mr. Fuentes singing to them there. So it was fun. We had a lot of fun. Shout out to the group. And excuse me, finally, I was at the Abbott Stoll ceremony for Colton High School. Wow. I see Principal Abbott still here. I think he and I, we probably cried more than because of the way the students remarks towards their teachers. And it wasn't just the high school teachers. It was elementary teachers. It was kindergarten teachers, middle school teachers. The students had the opportunity to have someone come and put the stole on them. And just to hear how impactful their teachers were. Kindergarten, man, they're in 12th grade now. Well, they're seniors. 12 years ago, were in kindergarten, and how that teacher impacted them when they were in kindergarten, when they were in 2nd grade, 5th grade, junior high, even in high school. It was amazing to hear those stories, to hear those comments from the students thanking their teachers for what they did in their lives. And that's why we're here. That's what we do every day. We're here to impact the lives of students. So when they go on to their careers, they can remember and say, I remember so-and-so teacher. If it wasn't for her or for him, I wouldn't be sitting here today doing what I do. That impact that happens every day. Sometimes we might think as educators, and I include myself, I know I'm just a board member, but I include myself as an educator. When we impact those students, even if it's just the one, we've made a difference. We've made a difference, and I think it's just great to hear. And when I get the opportunity to speak to students, I always say that we have the most remarkable teachers here at Colton. Administrators, leadership. We're not perfect, and we'll never be perfect. But you know something? We do care for our students. No matter what anybody tells me, we're always there for them. Like I said, we're not perfect. And when we make mistakes, we do better. I have an awesome team of colleagues that are here every day. An awesome team of a superintendent and assistant superintendents. Amazing team of administrators at every school. Amazing team of teachers. You saw the counselors today. We impact our students every day. Don't you ever forget that. At the ceremony in their program, they had these words, and I'm going to end with this. Imagine, believe, and achieve. Imagine with all your mind. Believe with all your heart. Achieve with all your might. Happy Mother's Day. Have a great weekend.
Member Haro.
You spoke about the CHS Stoll ceremony. I love all my high schools, but nobody does a Stoll ceremony like Colton High School. And I agree. Every time you go, you can't help but cry because it is just so touching, as Board Member Fuentes said. I want to thank our Student Services Department for putting on the Tomorrow's Leaders program. I know that a lot of work goes into that, getting these donations, getting just everything set up. They were there early getting everything set up. And also this year, Grand Terrace High School for all the use of their facility and also all the hard work that they did as well. We didn't hold the Tomorrow's Leaders program for the last 2 years because of the pandemic. So it was really nice and inspiring to sit there and look out into what is actually, I believe, our biggest stadium and see it full. Because this was such a hard year. And to see over 1,000 kids out there and what they accomplished, even with coming back and it being a difficult school year. The attendance requirement alone to be there is 97% attendance. And I know we're working on our attendance rate, but these kids, this was amazing. No more than 10 tardies. They can't have any kind of, any suspensions or any kind of behavior problems. These kids really work hard to be there. And it was really nice to see all of the awards that were given to them. So I just want to thank, again, Student Services for continuing this program. Again, I want to make sure I brought up at the last board meeting, and I haven't seen anything in board correspondence or an email in regards to NJROTC getting PE credit. And the reason I'm just bringing it up one more time is this last week, the Bloomington High School NJROTC, their color guard was invited to the Golden Bear Nationals. Over 30 teams were participating in this color guard. And there was even from states as far as Utah, Nevada, Hawaii, and Guam took place in it. And the Bloomington High School color guard took first place. So I think, these kids work so hard. And again, I said it before that the stringent guidelines that they follow in ROTC are farther than what we are required for regular PE. So again, I would like to see, and I know my colleagues agree, we had a consensus to see that they get PE credit. So I would appreciate that. I'm a little disappointed this year in the fact that I know that the last 2 years we've had a pandemic. We're still not 100% out of the pandemic. Most people are not wearing masks, some are, but we are in a better place than we were before. And it saddens me that we have people who are retiring this year, as we do every year, and we have people who are celebrating their longevity with the Colton district. And it's something I'm very proud of when I talk to people about Colton, because people come to work in Colton and they stay in Colton. And it's always evident when you go to that retirement dinner and longevity award ceremony. They're so proud to get their pin and their clock and their plaque, and it's a big deal that they bring their family to celebrate that. And this year, we're not doing it. We're having a ceremony here in our boardroom before our board meeting. And it just saddens me that these retirees, and I'm sure we're going to invite retirees from the past 2 years who didn't get a celebration either, to our boardroom. And it saddens me because these people deserve more. And that's my comment about that. We celebrated CSEA week this week. We celebrated on Sunday, it was Principals Day, and we celebrated honoring our teachers this week. And so my quote is for our teachers who go above and beyond for our students. Engineers make bridges. Artists make paintings. Scientists make rockets. But teachers make them all. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Board Member Haro. Okay, my comment tonight is just to give an update on with Dr. Rivera. We have been in communication with Frank Reyes, who has organized a committee of community members, and just wanted to update you that we are meeting with them. We're planning to meet with the family of Dr. Rivera, specifically his wife, Dr. Lily Rivera, but out of respect, to give her time for healing, we're honoring her in giving her the time that she needs. And as you recall, the board with the consensus, we agreed to name a building in his honor, specifically the Colton High School cafetorium. So I just wanted to give an update to the board and to the public that we are moving forward with this, and we'll bring more information at the next board meeting. With that, we are going to adjourn into closed session to discuss items listed on the closed session agenda. And again, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, and have a good evening.
Thanks for the new chairs.
Session. Item 11.1. On a motion of Board Member Flores and Board Member Fuentes and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved the notice of suspension without pay and recommendation for dismissal and statement of charges with EIN 8384. Item 11.2, there was one student discipline item presented in closed session. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion order as presented?
So, second.
Okay. We have Flores and Ibarra. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Flores and a second by Board Member Ibarra to uphold the expulsion order as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay? Okay. On motion of Board Member Flores and Board Member Ibarra and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board upheld the, on a 6-0 vote, the board upheld the expulsion order of one student discipline item as presented, number 1050376. Item 11.3, in closed session on a motion by Board Member Flores and second by Board Member Fuentes, the board approved the following: certificated regular staff, 1, resource specialist teacher, Terrace Hills Middle School; classified management, 1, clinical therapist, Hermosa Center; classified coaches, 9, varsity football assistant boys, 5, cheer assistant co-ed, pep squad director co-ed, head varsity football boys, 2, volunteer coach, 1, basketball boys, and volunteer, 1. We are adjourning at 10:05.